Greetings, mortals, and welcome back to me being definitely on time.
So the thing is that executive dysfunction is a thing, and that's it. That's the entirety of it. I've been sitting at the computer, not getting started, and more importantly, not doing the things that I absolutely needed to get done before stream until like 2 minutes before I was supposed to start stream. And then I'm like, oh shit, well I still have to do those things that I need to do before stream. Here, let me put us on the starting soon screen and then leave. So I finally got up from my computer when I was supposed to start stream. Okay, we're doing fine. So when last we left off, we were doing something. Why? No, this is so confusing. What am I doing? Why am I dragging you here? You're not supposed to be here. You are. We're going to Twitch. That's what we're doing. We're going to Twitch, and we are linking the thing. We are linking the fire. Yeah, I don't have any excuse for being this late, other than just executive dysfunction being a thing. So we can just do that. Actually, it is funny because it is more than just executive dysfunction. It's executive dysfunction paired with, no, I really need to do those things that I've been putting off. I actually do need to do those before I start stream. So it's like executive function paired with responsibility is the reason that I'm so late. If I was being more irresponsible, then why is this giving me, what just happened? Oh, it's giving me this because, okay, gotcha. I'm like, what are you doing? Gotcha. I know how things go. So, last time my brain was completely fried and I was talking a bunch of nonsense about a bunch of stuff. I may or may not have slandered anime as an art form. There a lot of half-constructed statements that probably sound way worse than they were intended because I never finished the thing I was trying to say. I don't know the details of what I said on Friday, but probably nothing great. Oh, did you? What happened? Because that would be, yeah. Like that was like, because it was this huge drop off, right? It was doing like 7K, and then it just dropped down to 2 to 3, right? Which legendary effect? Oh, do I have the percent? I have the percent damage. I have the percent. That's it. You nailed it. That's 100% it. That's why the damage was going down the entire. See, this is why everyone should have a group of people who collaboratively do their thinking together. Okay, so we're gonna pop over here, and we're doing this. That makes so much sense. Did I have something else I needed to do? I don't think so. I installed the thing. I did the thing. So today we are going to do some crafting. I'm going to basically engage with basically for a long time I've been aware that I've been kind of like suboptimally interacting with the crafting system, and someone was asking in the Discord, like, hey, does anybody actually have like a good like video guide on the crafting system and like the strategies for it and the this and that? And I'm like, I should have that, and I don't. So I unfortunately can't use my old files very conveniently for that, because the like system for how it handles I think there's a bunch of individual groups, and I think communal aggro only applies within an individual spawn group. So I think that using Toxic Cloud is probably the best way to pull like reasonable packs here. Yeah, there we go. We got a pretty big pack this time. This does have a lot of masters. Luckily, they did get confused. So this one comes in, which it did not. Okay. There's 3 of them in there. They're all struggling. So anyway, so one of the things that I'm going to do today is I'm going to engage with the crafting system on this file in the ways that make sense for this file. It sucks that I have to, like, jump right to you to, That's interesting. This one's at full HP basically, so we can just do this. Yeah, so that's the
Never seen one before.
that's going to be what we do once we finish up in here. I'm going to basically try to go through my gear and identify like one piece of like durability gear for everybody, and like at least one int piece, and one like probably like luck piece, something like that, and probably rings, because I'm not necessarily looking to get like the absolute most bang for my buck. I'm looking to get something that I can hold on to for a really long time. And rings are very slow to get cycled out because there's just so many of them you have equipped. Mistakes were made. Okay, we're fine. Underestimated how much HP they were going to have. Not by a ton, but by enough to cause a problem. Okay, we still have 10 food. So we maybe want to save once we finish this middle room, actually. Let's see, do I want to try... That didn't give me quite as much as I would have hoped for. I believe I ran into a real problem here, so I think I'm going to go north. And I think there's only like a couple spawn points here. So we're probably going to get like a pretty huge pack when we do this. Though maybe what I should do is swap to this, and maybe I should just pull the whole thing. Let's just do that. Okay, we gotta run the corner. Gotta run the next corner. Gotta run another corner. Okay, single target. Now.
Ready.
They don't have the ability to come from any other angle. They have to come from this direction. So we're basically just going to wait here. Most of the enemies are probably going to struggle to actually catch up here for a while. So we're going to basically sift that huge pack into us slowly over time. Where the fuck is everybody? Is everybody that condensed? No, that's just one enemy, right? Where the hell is everybody? What? I killed 2 here. Eh? Nani? Okay. Well, that's fine, I guess. Hey, Raphael. Alright, we're gonna go with... I'm gonna save under danger, I guess. I'm not gonna get into the green until I've cleared the bulk of the zone, so I don't think there's any reason not to just do this. Okay. Actually, I am gonna single target, because there's only the one in the front right now. We now have 3, so I should probably switch. Okay. That's toast. Okay. Next. Okay. It looks like each of these individual rooms is a fairly sizable component of the overall problem. So, like, clearing out the big rooms is not that much more than clearing out the little rooms is going to be, it looks like. Okay, so we've got... got the process started here.
Yes, we've done it.
Go over here. I think there's enemies in this room. Oops, missed twice. There sure are. Okay, not a huge fan of what we're seeing here.
You want some?
Okay. Okay, this is pretty excellent. We got the top tier by itself. I'd love for you to come in to me. There we go. This is bottom tier. Any more? Yep, there's a whole other pack there. Not great. I'm too close to the door. Ran myself out of mana and then pulled a pack really close to my body. Real good plays there. Top tier. Alright. All good. All good.
Got that one.
So we're at 33%. Now it's just a matter of doubling what we've currently got without needing to save, which should be fine. Okay. Unfortunately, this is not a great spot spot for fighting, but we're at 34%. We can hit this switch now. I'm going to ignore the chests and things for right now. I will grab this because I might not notice it later. And do we want to finish clearing on this side? I think yes. I think that's what I want to do. You know, I can't believe I nailed that. First try, okay. There is still a whole pack in there. It's a good thing I hit that with that additional projectile. Okay, so this one's toast. So we got a few more in there. Nothing too crazy from what I saw. Nope. Okay. We are not doing a great job with our kiting right now. I do also need to stockpile some SP. I can't save at the bottom of this, can I? Not yet, no. I can save here now. Interesting. Should I... I think we're going to risk it. I think we're going to keep risking it for now. We're not going to use food for this. I probably should. Because I feel like there's a decent chance I'm going to run into a boss. The reason that I don't really want to save right now is because if I end up dying before we get to 65, I think I might want to reload to before I saved up here and clear to where I am again and save with my 10 food here rather than fuck. That was very terribly played. Okay. It ended up fine, but for now. Okay, that was just a swordsman, not the expert swordsman. Oh shit. Okay, we ran out of space, but luckily it didn't get to finish its attack. The number of times we have just barely, like, killed a thing at the tail end of its animation before the actual hit comes out is considerable. My movement has been really bad. I have not been doing a good job of moving. So we're at 43%. Okay. Yeah, I keep taking corners and then turning the wrong direction to get to like turn around to see the enemies. So I'm turning like the long way instead of the short way, and it's the kind of thing that has repeatedly cost me my life before, like in other sections, and I've just gotten really lucky here. On the plus side, there is also like a lot of leeway here in some ways because there's so many corners to dive behind. So, with there being as many corners as there are, you can dodge these melee attacks much easier. Because you can just get completely out of line of sight of the attack before the attack finishes, very commonly. So yeah, we've got 47%. How far down do we have to go to get to the green now? We've got a pretty good green clearance now. Hey, Malkuth. So, should be pretty golden once we get you done. I don't know how much of the west side we're going to have to clear. Damn. But we'll see. A lot of bodies, a lot of bodies. That's a boss. Not a huge fan of seeing a boss here. Not what I'm looking for right now. Okay, love to see that. Don't love to see it miss. Okay, I think it tagged it at the very end, so we might have a... Ah, could have killed me. That could have killed me. Especially if it was the boss. Even with it being the enemy it was, it could have killed me easily. I think I'm going to move back now. I don't know how many are there. There shouldn't be too many left, I think. There we go. Wait, where's the boss? Was the boss a swapper? The boss must have been a swapper. Interesting. So the boss was a swapper, which means this section is cleared now. I believe. Yeah, this whole area is cleared. So now we just need to go to the west side. There was a boss in the first room, I believe. We're not going to open that door over there. We're going to leave that closed so that we only have one route that the enemies can take to reach me. And I'm not going to open any of these side passages until I've cleared the back section. That is probably the boss that we just pulled. This is probably the swapper because there's a chance that it's in this other room. It moved far enough that I'm pretty sure it can reach me. Please. Okay.
Ready to use.
Okay. Okay, we have one left. Swap to you.
Ready to use.
Okay. Where you at, buddy? There we go. Alright, we're at 56%. We are definitely not doing any Sutakulaput gameplay right now. This is all great. Were you just in this hallway? I feel like you gotta just be in this hallway, right? This is a boss. that I'm going to have to pull in a way that I'm not super... Where the fuck are you? There you are. Wait, that's just an expert swordsman. That's not the boss. So the boss must be one of those three that's locked in this other room. Is there... Oh! I forgot about this. Okie dokie. I completely forgot that there was a door here.
Next.
Okay. Okay, we aggroed something else. Hey, buddy. How's it going? Okay, that one's toast. Oh, Jesus! The fuck?
Healing.
I didn't know I could do that. Jesus Christ.
I think we can take
Well, that's good to know. That's real good to know. Okay. You can just jump straight through there.
It's me.
Whew.
It's me.
At 60%. That was so fun. I did not... Did any of you all know that you could just jump through this gate? Imagine the world we could live in this dungeon if you could get to this gate earlier. If you could get to it without hitting that switch on the other side. It would be crazy.
Never seen one before. Nice shot.
Because you can just pull anything you want over here, presumably. Right? Like... I can't open this door. But, like... I could just... Do I want to try to grab you? That might have been Swift. I don't remember. Right? Like... It seems like a really obvious thing to try, but I don't know that I've ever tried it. This door will budge. I don't know that I want to hit that switch, because that switch might open this. It probably doesn't, right? Let's see. Yeah, the only issue with that as a location is that it's very difficult to use it to any useful effect, just because of the fact that, like, the is there a door here? I think there's got to be a door here. There's a door. I'll run away immediately. Or, nope, go the right way. Right, we're going to this side. This is not how I should be doing this. Ooh, that was a map. That right there was a map. Okay, we gotta lock in. I'm actually gonna run right by, because we only need to kill like a couple more. And then we can go save. So I should be on this side, not the other side. Okay. Let's go save. Woo-hoo-hoo. So we just got our first map. How about them apples? How about them mapples? So we're going to save under this. We're going to take a look at that map we just got. Tidewater Caverns map. This is a level 340 map. Spell recovery increased by 23%. 23% chance to miss. Player's critical damage reduced by 13%. Those are not terrible affixes for me. That might be fun. We've already done Tidewater Caverns, right? Tidewater Caverns is the place that we get the Thinger map. It might be fun to do Tidewater Caverns at level, like the level 340 Tidewater Caverns. That might be a fun thing to just jump into. I'm legally required to go into the Tidewater Caverns. Well, we'll find out. I actually don't know. Okay. How many channel points do you have, actually? There's any secret? There's not. Okay. Let's go save. Having cleared that pack. Should I go get food? What do you think?
Let's get up.
It's midnight, so I can go get food. Let's see. I can't imagine. Because neither of you spend the channel points. But Malekith doesn't hang around for the Digimon streams. But I also don't know how people get them, so that is another thing. I don't know how relevant the watch time is. I assume it's the primary mechanism, but what do I know? There can be only one. Assassinating the other viewers, like, takes their channel points from them. Also, me, Celestial. There is like a betting mechanic, right? Like people can make predictions. I think everything that I know about the way that like any of Twitch's mechanics work, I get from watching Small Ant videos. Small Ant and Backseat Gaming are the two ways that I learned anything about how the Twitch mechanics work. So that is a swapper. Ooh. You know, I don't actually remember anything about Highlander. Something about decapitating each other, I think. something decapitation. That's the entirety of my knowledge of the franchise. Okay, so you remember the entire plot then? something Scottish, something Everybody died in a battle except one person, and then something decapitations. Gotcha. Those are weird Highlander rules. I'm not gonna lie. I don't remember the plot involving that much math. This is fine. Okay, that's a puller. There we go. Okay. Okay. So we've got them pulled. Are you ready for the shadiest bullshit and shadiness? Whoop! I did not open that door, luckily. I thought that I did. I was like, why are there enemies now? Yeah, that's it. That's how you do it. That's how you do it. Oh, doors, they're so beautiful. This game doesn't let you close doors because they don't want you to do stuff like that, but if you can just walk through the door, you can do anything you want. These are the big brain plays. You know, I think I have done this before, and then I just forgot that I've done it. As I'm thinking about this, I feel like this is a thing that I probably have done before. Part of my stream conceit is just Baby Bird learns about mechanic that they've learned about 600 times before for this yet again is equally shocked the first time they encountered it. Maybe not even equally. Maybe more shocked than the first time encountered, because the first time I encountered it, I wasn't expecting that I would know everything. I recently learned the word, I think it was cupola? C-U-P-O-L-A. It's like the word for basically like it's a group word for like a bunch of different like structures that stick out of the top of a building, and like it's a word that describes a very, very common everyday object, and I don't remember ever having learned that word, and I'm like 40, and it's one of those things where it's like, but I've seen these structures every day and thought that I knew what they were. Like, but it's like, but I clearly didn't have a word for this. This is interesting. That's a lot of hours. That's a lot of hours. I'm really glad people enjoy watching the shenanigans that I put up. You know? It's very nice that I can supply enjoyment to people. Whew! We've got 83%. We can hit this switch, which... Oh, I should have saved first. Should have saved first. Huh. They're in here, I think? Luckily, they don't have the movement speed boost. It looks like this is fine. There's not that many of them. Alright, so we're gonna go save. No, this is not the right way. I can't tell which direction I'm facing because of the corpses. I've just created such a huge pile of bodies here, you know? Very normal and well-adjusted behavior. Okay, we can't get in there. So let's go over here. I'm a little concerned. It's fine. Everything's great. Okay. So we can clear these out. Once we've cleared these out, we can go save again. And then, unfortunately, we're going to have to summon a bunch of enemies that may or may not murder me. And then once we've done that, we'll be in pretty good shape. This dungeon's not too bad. There's a lot of like very exploitable corners, and there's a lot of very exploitable hallways. So it's fairly simple to deal with the bulk of this dungeon. Easy peasy. So let's go save. We're gonna walk into the green to do it. Let's save. Yes. And we can move on. Whoop. Whoa, jeez, I forgot that there were more in there. Okay, this is fine. I forgot that I didn't open the door, or that I did open the door but didn't go in front of the door in the back, so I didn't have any of an aggro. Okay. Sorry, I lost my train of thought because I got distracted by trying to remember what Econ Belis is. I think it's Sardians. Just like a random Malay word just appears in my head. What are you doing? Flashcard. Translate this random word in Malay in order to continue playing Ma. Okay, we're gonna try this. We just saved, right? Did I think I hit this. Those aren't rats. Those don't look anything like rats. Concerning.
Take it.
Though one could say rats, as in like, oh, rats. Are those footsteps? I don't know, are they? Oh, looks like they might be. I don't remember how many are in this pack, so we're going to just play it a bit safe here. I'm gonna try to be sensible about this. Wait, is that it? What? I thought it was like, I thought it like filled the whole hallway up. What? Alright. Well, fine. Don't worry about it. I don't remember. I think these are traps. I think those just like hit me with some bullshit. So we're just gonna walk out. I guess I could have just saved while I was there. And we're gonna basically just walk into this last room. And once we've walked into this room, we can loot everything else. And we can move on with our life. I guess I should have probably cast Inferno, huh? This is a bad idea. I should have gone the other way. That was predictable. That was predictable. I'm like, wait, this is actually a concerning amount of enemies, and this is a nice, like, open space that they're coming through. They're not, like, getting shunted into a tight corridor where they're gonna, like, get confused. They're gonna have no problem reaching me like this. And then I died, and, you know, I was proved correct, so... It's the reason people opt into pessimism, is that if you predict bad things will happen, then you can, like, assuage yourself with the fact that you were correct after the fact, even if you fail. And if you succeed, then you'll be pleasantly surprised. It's like the one, you know, that's the way that it gets you. Now, the unfortunate part about that is that it also means that you're always at that low level of negative moodlet at all times. So I don't think it's worth it overall. Okay. I think we've cleared the whole dungeon. Which means that we're almost done with Freehaven. We've also picked up Mordred, which is super useful for us. We have a dagger user. Everything about that was true, except for the fact that it was useful for us. We do have a dagger user. Mordred is not going to be useful for them. But... that's okay. Oh, wait, I can close these again? Holy shit. Imagine. Imagine living that life. Life where you can open and close doors at will. I guess it makes sense that these have to be coded to be closable, because they close the door on me. Let's see. Well, the reason that that Mordred isn't going to be useful for me isn't because of artifacts being less good. It's just because it's a melee weapon. It doesn't have any caster stats on it. So Mordred is usually, I think, fairly, like, useful. I don't remember how its damage compares to, like, similar level, like, daggers. Let's take a look at how its damage compares to what I've currently got equipped. So this is 2d14 plus 32. So, like, it's got a vaguely similar damage value to this, but this is required level 56. So, not going to be super good by comparison. But, you know, it's useful compared to, like, something half of my level. So there's that. But But yeah, some of the artifacts are really, really solid. It just kind of depends on like the specific. I should have taken that on them. It just depends on the specific like artifact and what it really does for you. The weapons tend to be underwhelming. But part of the reason that the weapons are so underwhelming is because of the fact that the weapons are the most important slot, and you're going to have dedicated a lot more time and energy to crafting up more powerful weapons. Like it's the slot that you have the most powerful on average, and a lot of the armor is like legitimately pretty good. The AC values on some of the artifact plate is like really high. So with your with the multiplication factor coming out of the armor skills, like the I remember some of the artifact plate being really useful for quite a while. It's like until I start getting like legendary plate, it's really solid. And legendary plate is like way more rare than an artifact is. Like getting an individual artifact is pretty easy compared to getting like a useful legendary plate. So, okay.
There isn't any room. No room.
Okay. All done. Yeah, there's also stuff like the rings that give the boosts, like the rings and the necklace that give the plus 50% bonus to all of the to like light and dark magic and the elements.
There isn't any
Those are really, really, really solid.
no room.
So it just varies. Like I'm currently wearing the Seven Leagues boots. These have water magic on them, which is pretty solid to just have something that's a 50% boost to your water magic. It just depends. But yeah, a lot of the artifacts are pretty mediocre. But to be fair, a lot of the artifacts are pretty mediocre in vanilla as well. Like, you're only generally going to be using 10% of the artifacts you run into. Like, particularly in vanilla, right? Like, I'd much rather have an of darkness weapon than almost any artifact weapon. There's very few artifact weapons that can compare to an of darkness weapon. Like, even a relatively low tier of darkness weapon is going to be outperforming most artifacts later in the game. Because once you start accumulating the skill modifiers, the base damage of the weapon is less and less important. Did I get the bed sword? I think so. I think I picked up a sword out of the bed. Which bed is it? Well, the key is that there are a lot of them that are like really good. It's just that like, and those are the ones that you remember, right? You're not gonna think about like, oh yeah, remember that weird relic that gives me some fire resistance and makes me kill my own party? Remember that one? It's like that's the kind of stuff that's easy to just like forget about. Over time, compared to like things like Hermes sandals, which Hermes sandals was amazing. Right? It was like some crazy shit, like plus 100 speed. It gave like water walking and feather fall, which is just convenient to have, and gave like just a shit ton of stuff. They were just so good. Like leagues ahead
This item's weak.
of the 7 Leagues boots.
We don't need it. We don't need it.
Leave
But just like, it was like so many stat points.
This item's weak.
Ooh! A body magic increasing item.
This item's weak.
I don't know who would need
This
that.
item's weak.
Really. But it is something to bear in mind. Alright, so we've got Mordred. How are we doing on EXP? We need a little bit more. I'm wondering... I have a suspicion that we're not going to get enough experience from, like, killing enemies in the sewer. So I think we're just going to turn in this quest. Let's see how much we get out of it. I'm wondering also if we get more experience from turning in the quest or just clearing that entire dungeon. We might actually get more experience from turning in this quest than we get from that entire dungeon. Because it's a pretty low-level dungeon. We're looking to get, like, the minimal amount of experience we can, because we only need, like, 20% of a level to, get the job done. We'll see. Okay, let's save the game, just in case this gives me, like, a full level. It's not great. That's like a... It's a lot of overkill there. That's a significant amount of overkill. Do we reload and do the sewer first? No, I don't think I do. I think I'd rather turn in the quest than go to the sewer first. Because if I turn in the quest, then I'm not loading up a new zone, so we get better loot in the sewer. I think that this is the way that we want to do this. Okay, so we now have something to do on our agenda, which is I'm going to try to get 3 items on each character set up in a way that I want it. This is probably going to be one of them. This will be one of the 3 items. So we're going to do a little bit of crafting here. So we'll do, which was that? Inventory 2. So we're going to do this ring, and we have an HB ring on you. We have an endurance ring. I don't need to do, wow, why are my, I have not, okay, maybe I need to go offline for a second so that I can pretend that my gear isn't this embarrassing. Holy shit. Like, some of this is mostly fine, but some of this is like, I have like +3 to 1 stat as the only stat that I have on an item. That's crazy. Okay, mind resistance, endurance, and there. Okay, we need to check all of our rings. Yes. Oops.
I have no room.
We are taking all of our rings off, and we are going to put them in one inventory.
I have too much.
So that we can start figuring out what the hell needs to happen here. So we're saving this under caster save. So these are the rings that we have already got equipped. I'm going to put this in here because I shouldn't need it, but I might, because my gear is that bad. Those are not rings. I don't think I need those equipped natively. 35 might and personality is not amazing, but it is potentially better than the stupid bullshit that I have equipped on some of these people. Accuracy, luck, endurance, insanity, immunity. Luck and endurance is not a bad set of stats. Personality and speed is pretty decent. Put this over for earth resistance. Luck, earth resistance is okay, but not amazing. Personality and arms master and poison immunity. The poison immunity is nice, but the stats are not really what I'm looking for. Armor and endurance and immunity to a status effect is something that I'm potentially going to want to put on permanently. Okay, any other rings that I have lying around? Is this a different set of rings? This is almost certainly a different set of rings. Might, intellect, luck, intellect. Let's do this. AC meditation. I will hold on to this. Endurance, AC, and all resists. Endurance, armor, hit points, and personality. A huge amount of spell points and speed, but no secondary effect. Water resist. Double int. I like it. Single endurance. Endurance. Alright, so we're basically what we're doing now is we're not going to be using anything too expensive. But we're going to be starting to take some of these items that have decent itemization, which there's actually fewer of than you'd think, and we're going to start improving those to the best of our ability. So this cannot be improved with the lowest tier of gemstone, but where's my actual gemstone list? There it is. Let's see what we can improve this with. This is, I think, tier 2. Cannot. Tier 3. Okay, tier 3 can. So, I think what we're going to try to do is basically get the stuff built up to the tier 3 level. And so... for those who are curious about like how the actual like crafting system works on a baseline level, there's a bunch of different gem types. They all have a maximum power. That maximum power is modified depending on what the actual stat is, and it's modified by the item slot and whether the item is legendary. So if the item is legendary, it doubles the maximum value that you can enchant to. I didn't realize that Ancient and Primordial also did, but that's cool. So the basic gist is that rings have like the lowest value that they can be improved to with this kind of stuff. Let's see, is Primordial... Yes, Primordial I think is Lathanger, the highest that we can do outside of the thing. So we have double hit points and this. And basically what we're doing here is I'd like to get a bunch of low-level items up a bit to basically get some of my stats up to snuff. This doesn't need to be modified. I don't know why I actually took the items off of my dragon. I don't think I needed to do that. The dragon has a completely different set of itemization than everyone else, and I don't need to probably boost them that much right now. So I'm gonna move this back over. We'll see if I have something better than that lying around. So, what I'd like to do is find another thing that has, like... Okay, so this is a pretty decent setup. This is Ancient. Do we have any other Primordials? Because I didn't realize that Primordial also has a higher value. So this is an int luck item. This is going to have a higher potential value. So let's get the process started by confirming that we can't use this. We can use this tier, which means that I should probably see if I have any more. And I sure do. And is that the highest I can get with you? We'll find out. It is. Okay, so we're just going to pump this up to this level. This is not a crafting item. And now we've got a nice an item that's just like a little bit nicer than it was before. This gives +6 to all stats. I think I'd like to have everyone with like one Doom piece if possible. I think that that's a nice way to organize things. Why have I not identified any of this stuff? And we're basically gonna. Do I want to use up all of my crap? We're actually running out of these faster than I expected. So I'm not necessarily going to be able to do as much crafting as I had expected. I stand corrected. We have this entire inventory. There we go. This is what we were looking for. Okay. So from here, let's find the next ring. Where the hell did all my rings go? I thought they were in this person's inventory. There they are. All right, so let's see what we need that has very low stats at the moment. Armor class. I don't have anything that's super crazy low, honestly. So we will take... This is Earth Magic. We should slap this on this character just because we know what they need. We've given them this. That's probably going to be the thing that they have. We now have an Endurance piece. We have Water Resistance, which normally I would pay more attention to having at least one water, or having one resistance item for each character. But I'm not doing that on this run because I don't care. This is 14 to all resist. This is a defensive piece. I'm just going to make this the defensive piece for Raven, I think. This will be just the thing where it's like, okay, we have a baseline defensive item. This is might and personality in all 7 stats. This is something that could be good if we had stats on it that we cared about, but we simply don't. We will slap this onto you again. Air Magic goes on you. Let's confirm that we're not overcapping. We're not overcapping. And then we have Endurance and Armor Class and Sleep and Unconscious. This is an item that's good to improve. It's not amazing that it has Armor Class on it, but we can pump the Endurance up a bit very cheaply, and that'll just give us a nice little boost on whoever gets this item. Let's give this item to you, I think, because I don't think you have immunity to all status effects. Excuse me. So we'll just give that to you. You already have this item, which boosts HP by quite a lot. I wish this wasn't might, but that's okay. Actually, because the fact that we have that effect means that might works. That is a character who can use might and personality at the same time. Wait a second. We have a ring for you. I forgot that we had that. So might is actually a stat that works well on this character. So both of these are high enough that we don't need to pump this ring more right now, I don't think. But that's good to know. We have spell points, all stats, and body resistance. Who's running out of spell points right now? I'm going to go with you, maybe? You don't have a lot of skills that you need to pump, so I think that's fine. Personality, speed, and endurance. Let's go with this character for this, because we have stuff available. Accuracy, might, speed. This is a pretty a high amount of stats. We'll just slap this on you. Accuracy, might, and personality. Let's take a look at speed, accuracy, luck, endurance. This is a nice item to boost a little bit. It has just a lot of useful stats. And then it has the accuracy, which isn't super useful for us. But if we slapped it on Cassowary, it would be pretty useful. And the issue is that we don't need endurance really on our dragon. Let's see here. So next on our list is going to here and going to 5. Okay, so light magic is how high is our light magic right now? Not high enough, so we're going to take the light magic boost on you. That will be a decent boost for you. Personality, air resistance, and all 7 stats, I think we're going to slap onto you. Because we can, and we might as well. I think we can get a little bit of a boost to the personality, at least. Wrong character. Let's see, do this. And what we really want is boosts to our thinger skills, but I don't know how easily we're gonna get that. This is luck, endurance. Do we have anybody who doesn't have any endurance gear to speak of? You actually don't have a lot of endurance, do you? I guess you do. You have a decent subset of endurance spread across a lot of things. I guess I can throw this. The primary stat that it has on it is accuracy, which doesn't help most of my characters overly much. It does have personality and of Doom on it. Do you have of Doom? You already have of Doom. I'm just going to slap this on Cassowary because I think this is who had it originally. And where did it go? And it's a huge boost. Cassowary gets huge boosts from stat gains. This has might, personality, and accuracy. This gives such a huge boost that this is actually just a huge upgrade for you because this has got more hit points on it and gives us plus 12 body magic skill. So that's just a pretty solid upgrade. It doesn't give us immunity to disease, but I think we maybe already have that built into something else. I don't know. Okay, so you need to start equipping stuff. We're going to give you this. You need int, which we don't have a lot of, unfortunately. This is plus 30 personality. We will slap that on you. We have armor and endurance. I actually will slap that on you. Might and personality. I need to decide whether I'm going to throw that on the dragon or throw that on somebody else. AC and meditation is not a bad thing. This has body and endurance. Let's slap this onto you. Body, endurance, personality is a nice combination of factors for our immediate needs. And so now you should be pretty close to... Wait, oh, you only have a plus 8. Oh, you only have 8 body skill. I forgot that I hadn't invested into body like at all yet. So that's not going to happen. We're going to slap this on you instead. We need to, at some point, get the thinger. This is HB and thinger. I think it might make more sense to... Because right now, Jungle Fowl doesn't have as much durability as I'd like, but I guess they still have more than you do, so that's fine. I don't need them evened out. Jungle Fowl does take a little bit of priority there, by virtue. That's a huge number of stats, but I don't know that it matters because I think we have. Yeah. Okay, so int plus 23 is not super impressive. So this is might and personality. We're just going to throw it onto Cassowary for now. And let's see here. Anything else that we need to boost? I'm actually surprised by how bad the itemization is on most of our rings. So this is a pretty solid itemization on this ring. I'd like that. We actually will just slap this on, and this is not great itemization. Plus, I don't know if I need to up this. I don't think I do. It's just barely making the cutoff. Once we get a little bit further, we will have enough of the of this tier of item, the crafting amethyst, that we can pump everything up to the next tier. But we're not quite there yet. I don't want to blow through all of those. I did do a little crafting just now, I think. So we will toss this on you because yes, we don't have Earth skill maxed out already. This is a gauntlet with 40 intelligence on it. This is 183 HP. I think we're fine. Alright, so now we just need to find another might item to slap onto our dragon. This is not terrible. But yeah, unfortunately, I don't have what I'd like to have to get like the itemization that I'm looking for. What I'm really looking for is I'd like to have an item slot dedicated to luck, personality, or intelligence, depending on the character. Personality or intelligence. Endurance and HP. I want to have those four things be like preset as like that's a thing that I just have. And that's a thing that I should have been focusing on when I was like earlier in the game. Is just being like, okay, what is the like dedicated like thing for this? And maybe we'll do a little bit more with that. Do we want to do some of that itemization right now? I forgot to get the ring over, so I need to find something that is good. This is a pretty good amount of might. Okay, let's do this. Let's put this in there. That's like a 10% damage increase right there. Okay. So, save the game. I think we're going to... do I want to do a sort? I think I might have too much stuff to want to do a sort. You know what? No, we're gonna try it. We're gonna basically... we're gonna do a sort. We're gonna do it over here so that we don't risk losing anything in like an uncomfortable angle or something like that. We've hit the button. So we're waiting on the sort now. This will allow us to separate everything into the different item types, and we will be able to basically get a handle on what items are even in our inventory. And yeah, we have, this is inventory 5, so we are really like a little bit out of control. We don't have a ton of crafting amethysts. We should use all of our ore. We have a lot of crafting cubes, but the crafting cubes aren't super important for me. They'll be important for boosting stuff like this type of item, but I don't have any legendaries of that type yet. So for now, it's not really that relevant. So let us do some item selling. Threshold for HP depends on SP instead if higher. do I have an item that I want to swap this legendary effect onto? If I did that, I could give that to Raven. If I gave it to Raven, then Raven would be very difficult to kill. At the moment, Mina is actually pretty hard to kill. Mina has an effective HP pool for preventing instant death of like 6,000, which is not bad. Raven currently has an effective HP pool of 3,600. We could pump them up to 5,000, which would be pretty nice. If we were to do that, I'm not sure what kind of item I would want to put that on. I don't know what I would put that legendary effect onto that would be optimal. So because of that, I don't think I'm going to want to do that right now. We have increased spell ascension level by 1. This is a potentially very powerful effect as well. And I even have the ability to equip that if I wanted. Did I?
No room. There isn't any room.
This was a thing that I was intending to equip when I picked up the spear skill, and then I picked up the spear skill and then didn't equip it for some reason. So this gives me a sizable DPS boost. It also gives me a sizable reduction in my durability, but that's fine. Do I want to do this? What does my light bolt cost if I do this? This costs 44 out of... I think I'm better off doing it this way. 29 is much cheaper. Much cheaper. Let's see. It's... We need to get more SP on that character. That's a priority. How's your meditation? Sorry, meditation is the wrong thing. We could get enlightenment up to 20 with them. Wait. This is still expert. This should be master now. I might need to train it up once to get it to tick over to master. It might
What do you need? I'll
not
teach you.
recognize it. Can I get master meditation? Probably. Yes, I can get master meditation as well. There's a lot of things that Junglefell can do that I didn't realize needed to be done. So we'll get some of that stuff done. This is a weapon store. We're going to sell the garbage items that we have. Okay. Unfortunately, this is showing the physical damage boost that I would get off of this, not the magic boost, I think. We have so many legendary weapons that we can't use. So many. Okay. This Conan. This is a crazy good weapon. We've been finding really good swords. Not so much basically anything else, but swords, heck yeah. Speed. I'm gonna hold on to both of those bows for right now. I believe that... Nope. Wrong. Luck, speed, and accuracy. I'm not worry about that. Do I have good bows? I don't have great bows. But they're not, like, complete garbage. Alright. So... itemization-wise, how am I doing on durability? My overall durability on everybody is roughly similar, which is where I want it to be. I want everyone to be roughly the same level, because otherwise you're just increasing the chances of getting one shot. You obviously are tankier than everyone else, and that's good. But I do need to keep an eye on you because you were getting killed by certain enemies, and so that's a thing to bear in mind. I'll need to get some extra HP on them eventually, in all likelihood. So sell this. $140 intellect? Holy shit. Ooh, armor class and accurate, but also meditation. Okay, that's not a beautiful combination. The eradication immunity, we will hold on to that for now. And we can sell this, I think. We can hold on to this for right this moment. We have legendaries. That's a lot of int. This is so much accuracy and all 7 stats. Unfortunately, it also has int, which I do not want on a gauntlet. Let's see. I mean, I want int on a gauntlet, but I don't want int on a gauntlet that has the other stats that it has as well. Okay, we can sell this. We can sell this. This we can sell because we have a legendary, I believe. Sell the shield. I should have probably not done that because I'm now realizing that I was contemplating switching to one-handed items. Okay, so sell this.
This item's weak.
I'm gonna sell this. Sudden premature aging immunity. Blah blah blah. Accuracy on leather. Chain at all. Okay. Boots with those stats. This is an interesting item. I'll hold on to this. Arms Master Plate. Don't need that. Might spell points. Not a great combination. It does have high enough overall stats that it might be worth looking at to see if I can actually improve anything just by virtue of how high all the stats are. We'll just have to see. I should have held on to that because that had alchemy on it. And okay, so we're gonna save this. Let's take a look at what we've got here. You have HB and personality leather on, which is not what you need. This is probably a sizable upgrade for you, certainly from a DPS perspective. And it gives me such a huge mana increase that my effective HP for lethality is actually increasing instead of decreasing, which is pretty solid. We do need to harden this, though, because otherwise it loses out on that effect. So, was it green and yellow? Sure is. Okay, so that's set. So we've got this all good. Save the game. Next on our agenda is, let's look at our boots. You have endurance and thinger. This is garbage. So this has probably just a huge flat upgrade outside of the air resistance. And the vitality thing is going down because of the air resistance drop. But it's probably...
I have too much.
You Okay, you actually have good enough
I
boots
have
that
too
you're
much.
probably not going to want to change to this. You... I'm going to hold on to these because of the fact that I might need them eventually. What else are we going to do? We have Day of Protection available. Hit the gong. And I think I did not actually equip my last ring slot for some reason, so let's immediately just slap this on. Okay. So these two are fairly close in terms of overall durability. We're going to go to... Might and Magic 7 now. And I think... because that is where we're going, right? Yes, we're going to Might and Magic 7 right now. So I think maybe the way that we want to handle this is... I think we should go do some inventory management in... that place.
Need a ride?
Neither of those is the place that I want to be at. And we are going to Tularia today as well. Fill packs to 30? Holy shit. That's crazy.
Need a ride?
Kriegspire is not it. Okay, 6 made.
Need a ride?
Okay, Castle Iron Fist is where we're going. Pop over here. From here, we can go to not Freehaven. We can walk to Sorpigal or possibly take a boat. This is the Queen Catherine, which we can't drive on.
Welcome aboard.
There we go.
Raise the
New
flag and
Sorpigal.
hoist the sails.
So, from here, we're going to try to get to Tularia. It does occur to me that we were just in Freehaven, and I might not be able to train where we're going, so mistakes might have been made, but that's fine. We're going to Antagaric, and is Tularia actually where we want? Tularia gets us access to GM Earth. At the very least, it gets us Master Earth immediately, and once we get 7 more Earth points, we can get GM Earth. Do I want to deal with clankers? I love the question. The answer is no, but what else am I going to do? What else am I going to do? I need to get Earth. I need to get telekinesis available. You know? Am I ever going to want to deal with clankers? No. So, tough shit, right? And who knows? Maybe clankers will be easier with this party. It could be. We have some knowledge of ways to cheese clankers to some degree. Wait, why am I here? How did I get back here? Did I just teleport to Antagaric and then immediately go to the thing to go back? Like, don't worry about it. I know where I am in physical space.
Traveling today?
Okay, we can go to Arathia, and Arathia doesn't get me to Tularia, so let's see. The other place we could go if we wanted is we could go to the Bracada Desert. Does the Bracada Desert get us anything interesting done? I don't know that it does. We can't get Master Dark here. Or we can't get Master Light here. We have to get into the thingers first.
Traveling today?
I think Tularia is the way to go. Like, we could go to Tularia and then immediately go to Avli after Tularia. And Avli gets us a lot of good stuff. In particular, it gets us a dungeon that I think is going to be fairly easy to do. Huge, wide open corridors to dodge attacks in.
Traveling today?
Very long distances. So, like, that should be a pretty easy dungeon, I think, for this party. So, there's the other dungeon, of course, which is tight corridors and nastiness. But that's fine. What are we doing? We're going to wait until tomorrow so that we can get to Tularia. That's what we're doing. That's what we're doing.
Come in. Enjoy your stay.
Wait until tomorrow. We're gonna pop into Tularia. I think we maybe go to Clankers immediately after we finish the exterior
Traveling
stuff
today?
in
Coach
Tularia.
leaves right away.
We might just go here. I haven't done any of the Barrow Downs. I'd like to do the Barrow Downs into Land of the Giants all as one big, like, shenanigan. I think that that's kind of fun. So, because of that, I am hesitant to go near the Barrow Downs immediately. Especially because, like, it doesn't get me anything in terms of skills. The most important thing for me right now is picking up easy quests to get done. Okay, we need to get identify item up. If we can get item, we can get the GM here. I didn't realize. We can get mastery for Earth here. I think it's not over here, though. I think that this is the experts. And then the Earth person is somewhere else. And I am correct. GM Spirit. Oh, here's Starstone, right? There we go. Perfect. So, we now have, or we will once we cast a Earth spell. I'm not gonna worry about it. We're gonna have access to all of the master level Earth spells, which is pretty nice. Then, in addition to that, we get access to GM. And we get access to... Can we train here?
Practice makes perfect.
Sure can't. Sure can't. It's almost like I should have done it in Freehaven when I had the chance.
travelers.
Let's see. We can play Archimage. Let's do that.
Welcome, travelers.
What do we need? Oh, there's a bunch of swords just sitting in this inventory. It's very funny. Okay, let's let's sell this nonsense.
Fine elfish weapons.
Okay. Axe.
Thank you.
Okie dokie. Oh, right, that's the other thing that I needed to do. I needed to do the Tidewaters Caverns map. We established that this is a thing that I needed to do. I am so sorry. We did it. Here we go. I forgot to actually, like, make myself invisible before we came in here. So this is gonna go fine. Why are there Jin? Ah! Yes, I forgot. The enemies are ultra randomized. Okay, we are going to cast invisibility. Do we stay? We stay invisible. So the map still has Jin. What are the other things? Jin and fire elementals. Wow, what a combo. Jin, fire elementals. You know, living that good life. We have 20 food. We're gonna pop down here. We're gonna basically try to aggro everybody that we can. And then we're gonna go here, we're gonna hit this button. We're gonna stand here. We're gonna hit A. Come on, baby. So somebody's hitting me. That did not work. That did not work. We're gonna try this again. Don't worry about it. It's fine. We can make this. We can make this happen. We can make this happen. The enemies are only level 350.
I did. It's going to be bad.
Can I close that door? No shot. No shot. If I can close that door, that would be... that would be truly wild. Okay. No shot! Okay, we might get hit in this corner like this. Immolation hits for 7,000. We would definitely die of exhaustion before we cleared them this way. But... can we... That was 27,000 damage. Holy shit. Immolation hits for a total of some amount. I don't think we're gonna get line of sight on anybody here without opening this door. And these are rotating around in a way that I don't think it's gonna be manageable. But we'll find out. We have line of sight on something. We're only hitting a couple enemies, though. Close. So... is there something super shady we could do with this door? Maybe. No, that's not gonna work. We'd need a way to move them in there, which... because if we could move them inside the door, then we could do all sorts of shady, stupid nonsense. Oh, man. I think we can make this work. I think we can make this dungeon work. We have an amazing hidey hole that we can stand in. We can close the door again. If I could get literally every enemy in the dungeon into this room We could just stand right outside. We're not going to get them all into the room, though. What we are going to get is we're going to get a nice, amazing spot where we can see the enemies through this door while it's closed, and we just kill them all. Kill them all. That's what we're going to do. It's going to be great. I don't think I'm telling the truth. I don't think I'm gonna find this legendary location that is going to allow me to do what I want to do. Like, we can get some really cool damage out of the immolation, but we need way, way more than that. So if I open you, can I just take a pot shot out? You know what I could do? Maybe I don't do it while they're moving, but I could hypothetically open that up and then peek out, blast them, and then go back in. There's no shot that that's going to work, though. That's not going to work at all. The really funny thing also is that this map is in Might and Magic 7.
I bet it's going to be bad.
So this would contribute to the type of bolster that we actually need in order to continue. Can I open this side? I don't think this can be opened from this side. So, normally you have melees, not ranged, right? And I'm wondering if the fact that these are ranged is going to open up an opportunity in this room. My assumption is no. That's definitely a no. Look how little damage we're doing. It's great. Let's see. We're gonna figure something out. We're gonna figure out something clever before we move on. We're probably gonna end up needing to move on, but we're gonna find out something cool and clever that we can do that'll be fun before we do. Let's see. Is there something I can do with this room? I do feel like victory here would entail of basically consolidating these enemies in a position where I can open this door and they don't leak. So like if I was standing here and they consolidated to the point where they weren't like continuously maneuvering around me like this. Are you also in this room? I think they are also in this room. Like, they're all kind of, like, consolidating down, right? So, once they've all consolidated... I'm actually going to open this.
I'm hurt.
Okay. As soon as I open the door from that position, they start attacking me. So they have line of sight on me from that position with the door open. that's good information. Let's see what else I could
I bet
do.
it's going to be bad.
I can't pull something super shady with this, can I? I mean, I guess I, in theory, can, because I can... I can trigger the trap to go after them, right? Can I close this again, though? Oh, hello. Hi, how's it going? Fancy meeting you here. Imagine meeting a friend. Okay. We're gonna double speed it up. I think the answer is going to involve that room. I think there is an answer. I don't think that we're going to find it, but we might. Rude. Very rude. If these were melees instead of ranged, I think that we could actually just do this, because the melee enemies that were in here before were pretty consistently able to be blocked away. And the fact that these are ranged is part of the reason that this is failing. Though there was some amount of inconsistency there. Are you an important book? No. So, if I stand here... No, I want to stand fairly close here. I think if I stand further forward, the enemies will rotate into the corner faster, and then I can just back up. What I'm basically looking for is an angle where I can hit this thing with a fire blast. I don't know what's going to happen when I do this. I don't die. Okay, that one locked in front of me, which I don't want. So we can maneuver them around, get them to go where we want them, and then... So, if we were going to do this, it would take an eternity. Right? We're not meaningfully AoEing with this. Flame Blast only hits a 15k there. We need to get you to have this.
I have too much.
Yeah, one of the things that's key about this is that, in theory, if I'm paying close enough attention to my surroundings, this should kind of work with perfect consistency. If I can get them into a corner like this, where they stop moving, I can follow that up with burning them down in this corner. And then, if I run into a problem of any sort, I can literally... I can literally just close the door. Right? So, this is an interesting setup. It's an interesting setup. It would want to do this set. Oh, whoa, wait. That hit for so much damage, actually. Okay, so this fireball is hitting for more than the fire blast is, because the fireball is better positioned, I think. Oh, wait, no. It's probably doing percent damage. It's the percent damage. These have so much HP that the percent damage is the bulk of the damage is coming out from this hit point. Game just crashed.
No room.
Oh, never mind. It didn't.
No room.
How did I... Okay, well, yeah, the game just crashed. Can I get... Yes, I can. So, this is a fire elemental, and I've taken out a third of its HP. This is actually viable.
Though you have been defeated, death is not your fate today. Return.
So, the game still crashed. So unfortunately we did crash there. That's actually viable. That was I was making way more significant progress into those enemies' HP bars than I thought I was. Those things were taking quite a bit of damage. With that being said, I don't think I want to allow myself to use the map to actually clear it, though, right? Should I allow myself to try to clear this map? We now have a strategy that, in theory, should work for every enemy in the zone. Like, every enemy should be viable to pull there. Okay, we'll make an attempt. My concern is, more than anything else, my concern is, like, we just crashed there, right? Like, I really don't like doing extremely long things that involve the potential for crashing the game over and over again. If we crash again, I don't think I'm going to allow myself to do another attempt. If we actually crash again. Because I don't want to waste the time on it. It's very stressful to not know when things are going to crash. But we have 2 saves available, so we could, as an example, once we have got the setups and have started clearing, we could save it there. Are you coming down? I think you are. So that one's coming down. That other one is also here, I think. How many of these are actually downstairs with me? I don't know. I think that's above me, right? Yes. That scared the shit out of me. Okay, that was only 3,500.
Ready to use.
Okay, can I get you all into that same corner? Maybe? 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 Yes? I think I just locked everyone in the same corner. And we have 57k damage coming out, so if when we open this... Okay, that's a concern, however... Okay, the Inferno doesn't work. So... Unfortunately, I need to... Yeah. It's pretty beautiful, huh? Now the question is, can I actually arrange
Ready.
a spell that will get the job
Ready
done
to
here.
use.
Unfortunately, you are targeting an enemy,
Ready to now.
I believe. But I can't hit you with... No, we can! That's a 28k Inferno, and then nothing. 64 fucking... Okay. I'm concerned about the one that just moved in. Wow. Broodlord Ifrit. So, could we clear this way? I think kind of objectively, yes, right? Unfortunately, it would be very slow going without access to... The Flame Blast hit that time. 61,000 damage. Only 4,800. Jeez. Okay, so unfortunately the bulk of our damage is coming out of the Immolation. We don't have a ton of Immolation damage. We don't have a ton of other damage sources because we can't shoot them through the wall, really. We can just try shooting that thing. I think I can. I think that these also make... I think these...
Ready.
If I do... Whoa! Okay, so we got a lot there. Yeah, it also randomizes. Okay. But yeah, the Immolation is doing some okay damage. But I don't... The Flame Blast hit for 12, which is good. But yeah, I don't know that we're gonna have a
Ready to use.
a viable means of doing good damage to any of these targets. How did... Wait, what? Oh, that's just the damage that I'm doing to the Broodlord Ifrit, basically. That's basically single target damage. So, that's kind of cool. Yeah. But yeah, unfortunately I don't see a super good way of getting any extra damage out here. Because I don't have a good angle with that. Inferno seems like it's doing good damage, but then you realize that it's just hitting the Broodlord Ifrit for 1% of its max HP, which is a lot of HP. So... And I could, I guess, revert to single target damage. That's a thing that I could do.
Ready.
That's interesting that this is making the sound effect and it's actually not failing. However,
Ready to
it doesn't seem to be doing damage. That's unusual. I don't think I've ever seen that.
Ready. Ready to use.
But I don't know that we're hitting every target here either.
Now.
So we're definitely not hitting every target, I don't think. But we are hitting a lot of targets. The issue is that without moving, I don't know that, like, I don't know that I want to just wait on this. I feel like I want to do something risky to try to get a better angle. That was sadly the immolation. Inferno hit for 20k. Yeah, unfortunately, it looks like moving just reduced the amount of damage that I'm doing with immolation and didn't increase my ability to target anybody. So, yeah, we're hitting the Broodlord of Freet on its own for like 17k damage. Gives you an idea of how slowly we're whittling through its HP bar. I guess we could double speed. There's no real reason not to, I don't think. But yeah, unfortunately, we just don't have a lot of interesting stuff to do here. This is mostly just a waiting game. Which isn't the most interesting way to handle a dungeon. I am a little concerned that somebody's going to die, and I'm going to not click the button fast enough. But yeah, we might... If we can kill any of these by the time we fall over from exhaustion, that would be somewhat impressive, I think. The other thing is that we're killing a fairly marginal number of enemies in the zone right now. This is probably about 10% of the zone, if that. And setting this up again is going to be really hard. It's going to be really hard to do a second setup here. So... I'd really want... optimally to have a more aggressive setup if I was going to do something that involves this much passivity, because then it's like you do it once and then you've cleared out enough of the dungeon that like it feels worth it. It is funny though. I do think it would be amusing to clear this map immediately. I think it would be great. So I do want to try to do it at the very least. Unfortunately, this thing is a Broodlord, and so that does mean that we're going to have to deal with its HP bar 15 times. And when it does die, it's going to spawn new enemies, which... Did you just drop into the back? Do I have to be concerned about you? I'm concerned about the thing that just landed. I think something came from upstairs and just jumped into the pack, but it's at the back of the pack, and I'm concerned about it. But yeah, one of the cool things is that I don't even have to worry too much about enemies screwing me over after I save and reload, like them getting like jostled around, because if I were to save, I could close the door first. I could close the door and then save, which means that I can reset them however I want them before I open the door. But yeah, we are getting there. You can tell from the ever-lowering damage. Though the concern is that the bulk of my damage is coming out from the... the 1% effect. So if that was the bulk of our damage, that would obviously slow us down considerably. As things get lower in HP, I'll be doing less and less damage. But yeah, our immolation seems to be hitting less hard now. And I'm not sure if that's because the immolation inexplicably gains access to the 1% damage effect, and that's why it was doing so much damage in the first place. Or if... oh, you know what I should do? I don't know
I have too much.
if this will matter, but we're going to do this. Because this is literally the only character who's doing damage right now, so it makes sense to have them lowering resistance on every attack. Especially because fire is a damage type that, like, a lot of the enemies in here are immune to in vanilla. So they're presumably resistant to. And it's the only damage type that I'm doing right now. But yeah, we seem to be able to pretty consistently lock the enemies in position. So, at that point, all we're really looking for is to whittle them down. There's risk to us in the sense of if they die, they can just rotate in potentially. And that obviously causes problems for us. But it's not like a risk that I have to deal with. We only hit for 500 on the Broodlord of Freed, so the Broodlord is actually getting really low. We started out hitting the Broodlord itself for what, like 20,000 damage or something like that? Like, on its own, I think we were hitting for like 20 grand on just that. For a while, we were hitting it for 17 grand. But if we're now hitting that for 5,000, then it's getting pretty low. Hitting a Jin for 1,700. And I don't know. I don't remember how hard Inferno normally hits. To get like an implication from that of like what percentage of that is the 1% damage effect. If I knew that, I could fairly easily calculate what percent of their HP they're, or not what how much HP they have left. So we just do 1%. I think it might be doubling my damage. So if it was doubling my damage, that would imply that I have like 100 hits left to go, right? No, that would because I'd be getting, I'm getting 2% total right now. So it would be 50 hits minus whatever the damage reduction component is. Fuck.
I have too much.
Okay, we did not crash the game. We didn't crash it. We're fine. Scared the shit out of me. But yeah, I think what's happening that's crashing me the bulk of the time is I'm pressing 1 followed by C followed by escape. That's what's happening. Is that I'm not even registering the C that I'm pressing. I think C must be one of the sort keys. I wonder if I can probably change that hotkey off of C. And I probably should do that, because if I do change that, I might avoid crashing for most of the crashes that I would cause for myself. Yeah, slowly but surely we're whittling them down. The Broodlord is being hit for 3,700 now. And if it's getting hit for 3,700, it has about, what, like 200,000 more HP currently than the thing that I'm hitting for 1,700, right? Hitting the Jinn for 600 now. That Jinn is almost dead. Because 600 on an Inferno has to be pretty close to my base damage. Though, they are very resistant to fire. So there is that. Unless Jinn are the air elemental. I think Jinn are the fires, though. Okay, first enemy goes down. That does not change my ability to hit from here. Okay. We've got a target down. How do we feel? I'm tempted to actually close the door and save now. Because I don't know. I don't know how close we are to clearing out basically anybody else. We've done a lot of damage to this Broodlord of Freed. We actually managed to hit that. I think maybe I just stand here and press S periodically to get a massive... Okay, this is going to be a massive DPS boost because we're now hitting with just substantially lowered base damage. And where the dragon is not... Cassowary doesn't need to do percent damage. Cassowary is able to just do full damage. So I think that killing this thing has given us a shallower angle where we can actually hit them than before. I think that this was far enough toward us that it was preventing us from doing what we wanted to do. I could move so that I can, or no, I could change my angle so that I can do this and use Inferno, but I think I'm just going to do this for now. So if we can clear out this pack, which I do have kind of terrible and alarming news. I have a suspicion that I'm only hitting about half of this pack. I don't think I'm actually hitting this whole pack. It seems pretty clear to me that the immolation is doing 1% of the enemy's HP, and that's why I was hitting so hard. I don't think that I'm hitting this hard because this whole pack is getting hit. I think I'm hitting this hard because I'm hitting like a couple of enemies that have 6 trillion HP. And if that's the case, all of this time that we have spent here has been invested in killing like a couple enemies. We'll see. We'll see. But that's my assumption, honestly. Since I did take one of them out there, I want to just tag this. And we can do an even steeper angle now that we've taken out that other one. So, but that's the thing, right? Because I'm able to now hit for 26k on these, hitting this location, I do have very strong concerns about how many targets I've actually been hitting this whole time. Because I think I'm only hitting like a couple of enemies with my Inferno at the very least. But hey, we have 3% clearance. Let's see. Need Spirit last, did you say? I have a Jin in range to hit now. Okay, that's gonna fuck me. Oh yeah, Spirit Lash. I need to get Spirit Lash. It would be a big deal. I can't hit anybody until I clear out the thing that moved in front of me here. Okay. I don't think I'm gonna be able to hit basically anybody with you. Okay, I can hit with you if I would just turn all the way over. So let's go for another shot with you. I would assume I'm hitting the target that I need to hit with this as well. And I don't think that they're that durable. I don't think that they're like close to full HP at the moment. Because I'm hitting them for not very much damage with them. Okay, so we got another one down with that, but it wasn't the one that was most in my face, I don't think. Okay, one more of these, and then we just... I don't think that even hit anything. Okay, we just hit an Ifrit for 300 damage.
Go.
Okay, that did not work. Okay, we hit for 3,000 damage with Fire Blast. That means we probably hit 2 targets. Okay.
Now.
Okay, we hit for 9,000 there. Our Immolation is only hitting for like 4,000 damage now. It only hit for 2,000. Okay, it's gonna be a while, but this pack might be 20% of the dungeon. Actually, we've got 6% already. So if we've killed a third of this pack, it'll be about that. So, okay, something died. I didn't hear the sound effect for something dying, but I got the thing ticked up. Ooh. Okay. You know what I can do?
Ready.
You do not have a lot of
Ready to
HP.
use. Ready to use. Ready. Ready to use.
Okay, that didn't work for some reason. Whew. We gonna do one more of the fire blasts, and then we'll go back to implosions.
Ready.
Ooh, that hit for a lot of damage. Unfortunately, we are now hitting the Broodlord Ifrit that we don't want to be hitting.
Ready to use. Ready to use. Ready.
Is that just I think it's... I think I... No. No, I don't know what's going on there. Maybe it is. I wonder if one of these is actually immune to air, and it's not supposed to be. Because the air variants would have been immune to air by default. And I'm trying to think of like any other reason why my implosion would be going off but not dealing damage, and the only thing I can think of is that it's immune to air damage. That's all I can really think of in terms of a reason that I wouldn't get any feedback from it. Okay, we got another one down. Funnily enough, we have not gotten the target that is actually like blocking our ability to more conveniently fire blast, but that's okay. We're almost up to 10%. I would imagine that the big one is about to die. The problem is that it's going to die and immediately spawn 2 others, and when it does that, I'm concerned that they're going to spawn on top of me and kill me instantly. That's a concern that I have about this situation. I think it might be a good idea I think I'm gonna do it. We're closing the door, we're saving. We're saving the game. So we now have 1 more save or 5 more saves, depending on how we do this. Let's see. We're hitting the Broodlord of Freet, so that hasn't died yet.
Ready.
I think that was a good call.
Ready to...
I think this was the time to do it. This is the time period where there's the most that can go wrong, and everything is
Ready to... Ready.
the most spooky it's gonna be.
Ready. Ready to use.
Okay. Another one goes down. We have the ability to shoot at fairly decent angles now.
Ready to use.
And I'm very happy to try to burn through the rest of this Broodlord of Ifrit's HP bar. Jesus Christ! Fucking called it! Okay, so when that Ifrit goes down, I'm gonna want to try to have the door closed. So, we're going to change up our strategy a little bit here, but not quite yet. So for now, we have a few more hits that we can get off comfortably before we're at risk of it dying.
Ready to use.
I'm so happy I saved.
Ready. Ready to...
So this Broodlord, we're going to burn through this Monobaron.
Ready to use. Ready. Ready to use.
And then once we burn through this Monobar on it, it's going to be pretty close to dead.
Ready.
So, I'm going to close this. I'm going to move these. My goal right now is basically just to reset their position a bit. Unfortunately, I'm now in a position that I'm not a super big fan of. I've moved that one to a place I don't want it to be. But can I now rotate you to where I want you to be? Please. That one's rotated. Perfect. Nope. Shit, I got too far back. We're now hitting for 13k again. We definitely weren't hitting everything in this bag. Okay, that's concerning. Okay, we've now got them all buried in this corner in a way that I am quite happy with. I'm waiting for a second. Okay, we're hitting for 1900. Okay, we got the Flame Blast off. I love that for me. Can I... We know that this is going down soon.
Ready to use.
Okay, we've got a visual. It's not working, apparently. Okay. Let's see if
Ready.
we can kill you in this position.
Ready to use.
I don't know what's going on
to
with that.
Ready to use.
Angle was alright.
Ready to use. Ready to use.
The issue here also is that as soon as we kill this, we then have like 6 trillion of these to kill again. We have to kill the new group of 3 that's going to be at full HP. So why am I hitting enemies and they're not taking damage? That's my question. Also, this thing has way more HP than I thought it did. Oh wait, has it died already? It might have already died. This might be the I'm shocked that that did damage. Weird, right? Oh, it's the mischance, I think. Okay, it just exploded. It just exploded. We're now hitting the new targets. Broodling Ifrit for 4,400 damage.
Ready to use.
Whoa.
Ready to use.
Whoa.
Ready. Ready. Ready to use. Ready to use.
Holy shit.
Ready. Ready to use.
Okay. So, between the immolation and this, we should be able to clear out this second wave of them. And then once we've cleared out the second wave of them, we can start working on the third wave.
Ready.
And then once we've got the third wave dealt with, we'll have the fourth wave, and then the fifth wave. I don't know, I think there's 3 waves.
Ready. Ready to use.
Okay.
Ready. Ready. Ready to use.
I don't know what's happening. Yeah, right, we established this. It's almost certainly the mischance.
Ready to
All of my attacks have a chance to miss, including my spells, I think. I think that's what's happening. So, we're now waiting on all of these to die. And then once these are dead, I do think that we'll probably have somewhere around 20% at the end of this. And if we can have 20% at the end of this... Oh, you're hitting. Too bad I don't have 2 of those effects, huh?
Ready. Ready.
Because basically nobody's damage matters earlier on in the fight.
Ready to use.
Because mine is the only one who can actually do percent damage.
Ready to use.
I guess I could swap the item over when I run out of mana. But
Ready to use.
that is extra work.
Ready to use. Ready to use.
Ready to use. Ready.
Alright. So, the immolation is going to keep peeling away at the HP of these things. And I am out of drink. I am actually just going to walk away from the keyboard. I'm going to burn through my mana.
Ready to use.
And then I'm going to walk away from the keyboard to grab a drink.
Ready to use.
Unfortunately, we do have this Broodling Efreet in a position that I'm not a huge fan of right now.
Ready.
When this starts getting low, I'm going to have to reposition it again. But we're actually going to have to reposition these multiple times over the course of the fight. Yeah, the Immolation Aura is definitely doing a lot of work for me here. There's a lot of work getting done just off the back of that Immolation.
Ready. Ready. Ready to use. Ready. Ready.
Question is whether...
Ready to use.
Honestly, the question is whether I can finish this before 1,
Ready to use.
which is not a guarantee.
Ready to use.
Now realizing just how late it is, how long we've been here. Okay. So... at the moment, we're just going to keep doing percent damage as long as we can. And part of the reason there's so much variance is because we have the ability to miss. So if we miss multiple targets with the Immolation, then it'll do a lot less damage.
Ready to use. Ready. Ready to use. Ready. Ready to use. Ready. Ready to use. Ready.
So we're doing 15k now.
Ready.
The base that this spell does, I think, is like
Ready
2.
to use.
So the vast majority of the damage is still coming out of the percentage.
Ready to use.
We've gotten it down to like 30% life or something like that. But it just takes such a long time to burn it down from like low to death. It just takes an eternity because,
Ready to use.
you know, every
Ready.
point of damage that I deal reduces all my subsequent damage.
Ready. Ready to use. Ready. Ready. Ready to use.
And I still have like half an order of magnitude of damage to lose before I'm done. Very interesting that you can close this. Knowing that I can close this door really changes the dynamic of how dealing with this place is. So what I'm hoping for right now is that I can clear out this pack, and then once I clear out this pack, can clear out
Ready.
the rest of the enemies back here, which I did not pull in my initial pull here the way that I should have.
Ready.
And
Ready to use. Ready.
It's going to be interesting to see, like, how much EXP we get
Ready to use.
out of this. These are extremely high level. They are triple my level. So,
Ready to use.
I guess I could check, like... I've cleared, like, 13% of this dungeon. And gained, what, like 4 levels? Is that true? Because I went from being a level behind to being, like, multiple levels ahead. This dungeon is going to give an insane amount of experience.
Ready.
I have terrible news.
Ready to
I have terrible news.
ready.
This run is a max bolster run.
Ready. Ready.
We have to finish this dungeon.
Ready to use.
It would be
Ready to use.
so against the rules
Ready
to not finish this dungeon.
Ready to use.
Not finishing this dungeon would
Ready to use.
definitely
Use.
go against everything that I stand for,
Ready.
everything that this community stands for. So we have to do it. Unfortunately, that means that it's going to take a long fucking time. I don't know if we'll be able to finish it today. I actually don't even know if we can finish it on this attempt, because I did not pull this other room the way that I would want to pull this other room. So we might actually have to restart tomorrow, but probably not. I think
Ready to use. Ready.
there's a very low but existent chance
Ready.
that we can finish this today.
Ready to use.
We have the strat down pretty effectively, in my opinion.
Ready.
So, the thing that we're looking for is I know how to maneuver the enemies to this corner. Once they're in this corner, feels very safe. This corner is super cozy, and I think I can get them in real tight. I think I can get them really tightly in this corner. I can get all of the enemies out of this corner at will. So
Ready to use.
I feel like I'm hitting a different
Ready to
one.
use.
They moved.
Ready.
Is it because I jumped? Did jumping move them?
Ready. Ready.
Or did something else move them?
Ready.
I don't know. However, okay, we just took out another one. Let's take a look. The bolster level goes up again. Oh.
Ready to use. Ready.
So,
Ready. Ready. Ready.
we're not going to be doing exclusively treasure maps from here on out. It is really tempting to do a bunch of treasure maps and just like fuck around with it. It's very, very tempting. I think that would be really funny. It's not how we're going to approach this. It's not how we're going to approach this run. We're not just going to go, okay, well, we got a treasure map, so now it's time to just do every treasure map in a row. First of all, we wouldn't be able to. This is a particularly strong location. This map is incredibly clutch. This like opens up the like post game in a very meaningful way, right? We've unlocked the post game via this this one fucking treasure map, right? And so with that being said, we're probably not going to get another map that's actually possible to do this out, like, with us being this out of sync, right? Like, we are hundreds of levels
Ready to use.
behind where we're supposed to be,
Ready.
right? This is like,
Ready.
this is a level 350 map or some stupid shit like that. Like, we are
Ready.
not prepared. Let's see if it's up to fucking... Okay, we didn't get a bolster level off of that kill. That didn't give me an entirely new level, so that's probably good. That's probably for the best.
Ready to use. Ready. Ready.
Wait, I hit you? Wait, I can just, like, fucking hit you with a... I can hit you with my spells? I can hit them with my non-AoE spells from here. I can just hit them with everything. Every spell here. Interesting. I don't need to spam one spell, I can just... What the fuck? This changes everything. So... That's interesting. My concern here, and I think it's a reasonable concern, is that I'm hitting a target that is going to explode on me. But it's not going to do it immediately. It still has like 10,000 HP left. I don't know. I've never seen something like this before. I don't think I've ever seen myself having the ability to hit targets with ranged spells through a wall like this before. I've seen enemies do it to me, right? Like, warlocks famously do this to me all the fucking time, right? Like, it's part of why Garrick's Forge is such a pain in the ass. It's because the enemies are hitting me through walls so much. But, like... And I can just hit them through the wall, but I'm not going to be doing that. Goes against the spirit of the run to use a bunch of melee attacks. So once I run out of mana, I'm just going to stop attacking. I'm not worried about like the incidental damage that I'm going to do when I like hit a couple of times, but I need to
Ready to
identify when it's getting really low. I think I'm going to basically just burn through this mana bar. I'm going to close this door. I'm very concerned about what's going to happen here. Do I want to try to reset everybody's position? I'm very concerned about the positioning of this, and I think it's a brood raid, so I think I do need to move them. So we're going to move here. Ooh. That's concern. Okay, I need them to get to where I need them to be. That thing just blinked somewhere. Shit. 44k. So we are hitting somebody that was not in range to attack before. I need you to move deeper in. It's concerning. The previous time I had an easier time doing this. This time it's
Ready.
being a bit more of a pain in the ass.
Ready to
Can I just hit you? No. Why? That thing moved so fucking fast. Okay, we're fine. We're fine. So,
ready to use.
that's interesting. I do not have line of sight on any of them right now. So, unfortunately, that's going to hurt our DPS by quite a bit, I believe. I can't just sparks you, can I? No. Okay. So my goal right now is to finish clearing the last of these broodlings. And hopefully we can actually make that happen. We had a good angle for a second there. Okay, we are now at the point where things start to get concerning. It's 3 o'clock. I think we've had 2 days that we've been in here at this point. That would be my assumption. And we haven't cleared this first pack yet. Fire Blast is hitting for 4 grand.
Ready to
Okay, that only hit 1 target, and it did not hit for very much. This hit for a shit ton. So that's hitting multiple of the things.
ready.
So we are going to be splitting one of these pretty soon now. But we still have one of the tier 2s at full HP, I think.
Ready. 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 Ready to. Ready.
Okay.
Ready to. Ready to use. Ready to. Ready to. Ready to go. Ready. Go. Ready.
Okay, my hope is
Ready.
to clear out this entire pack and then respond to clearing this entire pack with a save.
Ready. Ready to. Ready. Ready to go. Ready.
We have one enemy here that's low on HP.
Ready to. Ready to.
You can tell because I'm hitting it for 200. shoot a ton of times with this. Yeah, unfortunately, because of the fact that what we're dealing with is a broodling here, it really does take massively longer than it otherwise would. Okay, we need to reorient this because we did just spawn new ones. We don't want them in front of us, we want them behind us. Okay. I think this is safe. Okay. Okay, we don't have line of sight to anybody. That's probably for the best.
Ready to ready.
We can just start spamming fireballs.
Ready.
Just getting tens of thousands of damage with every single hit.
Ready. Ready.
We should be running out of new spawns
Ready to
as well.
ready to ready to ready to ready ready to use.
We should be running out of new spawns because we've now cleared at least a couple of the mid tiers out. We have a bolster level of 76 in Might and Magic 6 now. This is insane.
Ready.
I'm so happy that we're doing this, man. Asher Kitty
Ready to
did not lead me astray.
ready to ready to ready to ready to
I am shocked, actually. I was not expecting to get this much EXP.
ready to
This is going to mean
ready to
that we can clear out the rest of Freehaven, and then immediately
ready to ready to ready to ready to
do we go to Blackshire,
ready to
or
use.
do we go to Silver Cove? So, if we go to Silver Cove, we get access to a bunch of masteries. If we go to Blackshire, we get access to Paradise Valley. And it's... But if we get to Silver Cove, we get access to Castle Alamos next, which gives us light magic. So the question is whether we want Grandmaster light or dark more. I think GM dark would be real good to have. It would be very, very nice
Ready to
have GM dark.
ready to
106k.
ready to ready to
129.
ready 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 to
149. 157.
ready to ready ready
141.
ready to ready
Did another one of the Brood
ready to use.
Lords pop or something? What the fuck just happened? I wasn't hitting that hard, just 126k immolation. It's fucking insane. Okay. So, if we can completely finish off this pack, that'll be a good proof of concept for clearing the rest of the dungeon. We do not have enough to save in the yellow anymore because we did lose that food. However, we can
Ready to go.
we can just get food. That's not a
Ready.
problem.
Ready.
So I think
Ready to go.
we could probably do this in a more time efficient manner
Ready.
than we are right now. I think we can make this more time efficient. If we start running into a problem where we're dying of exhaustion before we're completing the dungeon, that's a thing that we could work around, at least in theory. We can't come back in here, so we can't just get ourselves to 65% and then leave. That's not a thing we can do. This is a map, this isn't a normal dungeon. So we can't just get it to 65%. We have to get it to 100%. So, with that being the case, there might... I might be coming up against a time limit that I can't really work against here.
Ready to go.
With that being said,
Ready to.
I don't know that I'm willing to reload this whole dungeon.
Ready to.
Like, I actually don't know that I am willing to reload the whole dungeon.
Ready to. Ready to. Ready now. Ready. Ready. Ready.
So, if we're not willing to do that, where does that leave us if we start dying of exhaustion? I think it leaves us in, we're going to basically have to burn through every goddamn ingredient that we have that can be converted into food.
Ready to.
If necessary to get through this dungeon. It's just too crazy, right? Like the
Ready to go.
the amount of value that I get is so high, and it locks me out of 7 for a long time, which is funny. I don't need to progress 7 that much at all. So basically locking myself into Might and Magic 6 for a very extended period of time is, in addition to being kind of cool, is also really good for me. 6 is the place that has the easiest skill progression for me, where like
Ready.
I'm just like a tiny hop away from getting
Ready to.
Grand Mastery
Ready
in
to.
either light or dark magic. Those are very easy things to do
Ready to.
from 6.
Ready to. Ready to. Ready.
And I think we go light first.
Ready.
Maybe we go dark first because we can actually get Grand Mastery immediately. Yeah, we go dark first because we can get Grand Mastery immediately. We're not going to be able to get Grand Mastery with light until later. So we can get Mastery, but not Grand Mastery. So we do that. We try to pick up Soul Drinker, which I think we can pick up
Ready.
in the
Ready to. Ready to.
in the dungeon.
Ready to
Or sorry, no, in the thing. We might not be able to pick up Soul Drinker. If we can't, that would be unfortunate, because we can definitely pick up Prismatic Ray, which is going to help a lot once we get it. But yeah, so this is going to allow us to go to, I think, Blackshire. We still need to do the one dungeon, but we go to Blackshire and clear out Blackshire. I don't know how hard Blackshire is going to be.
Ready. Ready.
It's going to be
Ready to.
made easier.
Ready to. Ready to. Ready.
If I can get more.
Ready. Ready to. Ready to.
Of my stuff done.
Ready. Ready now. Ready to. Ready to. Ready.
So the immolation is still hitting for 47,000, which is still quite a lot of damage. We're not super close to where we want to be. It's noon, so we are 15 hours away from the first opportunity to fall over dead from exhaustion. So this Broodlord is worth a lot of EXP.
Ready to. Ready. 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 Ready to. Ready to. Ready. Ready to. Ready to. Ready to. Ready to. Ready. Ready to. Ready to use.
Yeah, I also don't think that there's going to be any more of the splits. So
Ready.
I think at this point
Ready to.
it's just
Ready to. Ready.
these.
Ready.
And they don't seem to leak when they start dying. That doesn't seem to be a thing that's happening. So I do think that we're actually pretty safe here. The big key is
Ready to.
that you have to have the door open to get them to go from the back corner to the front corner next to you, which is, you know, obviously scary as hell. But it's not a super difficult maneuver
Ready to.
to get them over here.
Ready. Ready to. Ready to. Ready to. Ready to. Ready.
I don't know how much
Ready to.
these fireballs should be doing
Ready to.
without the percentage damage.
Ready. Ready to. Ready. Ready to. Ready to use. Ready. 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 Ready to.
Okay.
Ready.
Big for so much damage.
Ready. Ready. Ready.
I just do not know how long it's going to take
Ready.
to whittle through this HP bar.
Ready. Ready.
I also don't know how many there are left.
Ready. Ready. Ready to. Ready to. Ready to. Ready to use. Go. Ready. Go.
It's like, it's really nice hitting for a lot of damage, but at the same time, it's like, I would really like to not be hitting for a lot of damage, because if I'm hitting for a lot of damage, that means that they have a lot of HP left to hit for.
Ready to.
That means they have a lot of HP left, actually. Not huge fan of that. I'd much prefer
Ready to. Ready to.
hitting for
Ready.
a significantly smaller sum. I have a suspicion
Ready.
that Immolation is not ticking the one from the back, and Fireball is, but Fireball is only hitting them sometimes. So I have a suspicion that some of these
Ready
enemies
to.
are, like, barely injured.
Ready to. Ready.
But if it's only like 1 or 2 enemies, I think that's going to be okay.
Ready.
If we assume that there's one enemy in the back that's not being hit at all by the other effects, then
Ready.
once I clear out the others,
Ready.
I can swap the item over to the person who could just spam Toxic Clouds all day. And with you're Raven, right? Yeah, with Raven just spamming the shit out of Toxic Cloud, I think we'll be
Ready
okay.
to. Ready to. Ready.
It should burn through them pretty quick at that point.
Ready. Ready to. Ready to use. Ready to. Ready. 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 Ready to use. Ready. Go. Ready to. Ready. Ready to use.
Okay. So once these start dying, I can start looking at how much EXP we're getting off of them as well. Okay.
Ready to. Ready.
Okay, we're still hitting for
Ready to.
a little bit insane amounts of damage.
Ready. Ready to. Ready.
But it is coming down.
Ready.
Slowly but surely.
Ready.
The hits that aren't hitting the one in the back
Ready. Ready to.
are doing
Ready.
pretty small amounts at this point.
Ready to. Ready to use.
But yeah, if we could get these down, then... And how close are we to getting them down? Who knows? It's certainly not me.
Ready to.
How close are we to dying? Not close. Good.
Ready. Ready to.
We should, at the very least, be able to clear up this pack without being at risk of dying, I think. I think that this pack is clearable.
Ready.
So,
Ready. Ready. Ready to. Ready to. Ready. Ready to. Ready. Ready to. Ready to. Ready to. Ready.
but I don't
Ready to
think
use.
that... I think unless I had the ability to just chain cast the same spell over and over again, I don't know that I would be willing to fully restart this. So we might have to, just because it takes too long. I don't want to spend multiple days of stream sitting in this exact corner doing this. I'm not that kind of streamer. Right? That's not the. I'm not hardworking and motivated to succeed. That's not the kind of streamer or person that I am. So, I think that we might end up needing to push it as hard as we can push it. Basically getting the ability to save near 3 o'clock, and when I run out of resources to save close to 3 o'clock, which would be in like 2 in-game days, like I should be able to save right before 3 o'clock here. No problem. That's a thing I can do. And then I can do that probably one more time. Broodling Genie. Oh! We're in danger. That I thought that we had killed the things, but we have not killed all the things. I don't know if I can hit you. I can. Okay, we need to switch to some target. So we do have an entire extra set of these to clear through. One of them we can hit right now, so that's good for us.
I don't.
Like this is burning pretty fast. This is gonna go down fast. So basically what I'm thinking is we clear out this pack. What?
Never seen one before.
You blinked into the
Never seen one before. Beats me.
Why did you blink into the right? Okay, let's take a look at how much EXP we've gotten. So unfortunately, we've now gotten 7 bolster as the thing. I should have reset the positioning on those. That was very silly of me. I was excited about the fact that they didn't kill me, and then I didn't reposition them in a way to ensure that they maintained that streak. No, I need you to come with me. Nope. So this is at 12%. We have barely cleared anything at this point. This is still the. Oh god, that's still the thing at full HP. Ooh, or not. That's the top tier. We had gotten it down to the bottom tier. What are we gonna do about this? How much EXP have we lost? Like 6 levels. Alright. What I want from you. I should have realized that was gonna happen. Why are you like this? That's the Broodlord. So it doesn't have a ton of HP left. The issue for me is that I don't have the ability to set this up quite the way that I would want to. Wait, can I just hit you? Yeah. Let's tinker with our strategy here a bit. Can I... Because we just now... No. So from there, we were too close to a wall. Do you have a melee attack that you're hitting me with? Or were you just shooting a projectile through the wall? There's also a greater fire elemental here, which is going to beat me. I've apparently been killing fire elementals here without even noticing. Okay. So, I need you all as deep in this fucking corner as possible. The goal right now is to hit you with fireballs.
Ready to.
If one of these fucking things dies again, I need, especially if it like partially clips into the wall,
Ready to.
I need to take the situation seriously and just make sure that I reset everything to an appropriate location. So what we're doing right now
Ready to.
is
Ready to. Ready to. Ready to.
don't need that.
Ready.
Fireball has a pretty quick
Ready.
recast time. If it's on double speed, I'm
Ready to use.
potentially gonna... Yeah, unfortunately that thing blinking into the room really messed with me. I don't know if it spawned inside the room or what. It might have been that I was in the process of clearing the second set of them. That's what it was. I misjudged how many brute spawns there were. Because the one at the top, I think, maybe spawns a bunch of tier 3s, maybe, instead of tier 2s?
Ready to use. Ready to. Ready. Ready to. Ready. Ready to.
We're not hitting that hard with these. So, hopefully, that is indicative of us being nearly done with this phase.
Ready to.
Is that a castle?
Ready. Ready to. Ready.
Okay.
Ready to. Ready to.
Okay.
Ready to.
So,
Ready.
pound it into him again. I don't think that there's going to be a more efficient routing
Ready.
than to just hit them all with as much AoE damage as possible. I don't know which one we just hit, but it looks like probably a normal one.
Ready to.
Because I feel like if we had hit
Ready to.
the boss, our immolation would have started hitting.
Ready to ready to ready to
But yeah, I wish that I had a
ready.
strategy that just involved holding down S in a corner. The fact that I have to keep spamming things on Mina is really unfortunate. Okay, we're back up to 16%. I don't know why we're back up to 16%.
Ready to ready to ready ready to ready to ready
How is that thing still not dead? There we go.
See one got it.
Is that one upstairs? Yes. So that I think that might have spawned upstairs. Okay, yeah, it must have spawned upstairs. Weird. I don't know that we can hit all of them from here. We're gonna reorganize. Perfect. So we moved that one closer, which should help. So now we just need to align correctly. There we go. So I believe
ready to
we are now going to be hitting
ready to ready to
this entire pack for the maximum damage each hit.
ready ready to ready to ready to ready to
And
ready to ready ready to ready to use go
if I could get a setup that allows me to hit them through the wall with my projectiles again, that would be really great.
ready to
But I doubt I'm going to be
ready to
getting that
ready to
terribly consistently.
ready to
I don't know why I was hitting for 100 grand for a while. I guess I must have spawned a bunch of the like low tiers,
ready to
but not like the full set of them. I have a suspicion that I was working on the final pack there. It's just that I also had one that I had done so little damage to that it took me that long to actually
ready to
whittle that one down.
ready
This time things should go massively more evenly because I do believe that we have everything in range to hit here. I don't think that we're missing any of the pack. The whole pack is going to get hit with our immolation. Whole pack is going to get hit by our fireballs. It's all well. Maybe the whole pack isn't. No, it's. I think that they're going to get hit by everything. It's just that there's misses.
ready to
So
ready
I think this is going to work fine.
ready to
Immolation is going to just do so much work here. It's actually legitimately impressive. I'm not going to try to get the drag. I guess I will.
ready ready to ready to
Okay.
ready to ready to ready to
Okay. So, how much of the stuff that we cleared last time have we cleared now? We've now cleared enough to get about half of the XP. So yeah, there must be... there must be a bunch of work that got done there. And the reason that the percentage is about the same is because they're spawning new ones.
Ready to
So the percentage isn't going to change much when we kill the new ones.
ready to ready to ready to ready to use. Ready to use. Ready to ready to ready to
Okay.
ready to use. Ready to
Whew.
ready to ready to ready to
Yeah, I think this is pretty exciting. We've got a huge
ready to
amount of benefit that we're going to get out of this.
ready,
We might even get some shiny legendaries.
ready to now.
You know, maps have
Ready to
a higher chance to drop all sorts of cool stuff, and it's a higher level dungeon in the first place, so it has a lot of chance to drop some cool stuff. We won't be able to use anything that drops in here
ready
for
to
a long time,
ready,
but we can orient our
ready to
decision making in terms of our gearing decisions for the immediate future or crafting decisions and stuff like that. We can orient that kind of stuff around finding a really high level piece that we're going to be building toward, right? So we will see how it all goes. I wish that I had another of these items.
ready to use.
I do think
Ready, ready, ready,
this is going to go faster than the previous time. I think that we're going to be
ready,
finishing this pack a lot
ready,
earlier.
ready to ready to
Which is good.
ready.
Because we were pretty slow on that other attempt. It's nice to get a faster iteration out. This Greater Fire Elemental is here. We're gonna ignore Cassowary for right now.
Ready to
You know the other thing that's funny? This dungeon is in and of itself going to massively warp the damage numbers for the entire run.
ready to
The percentage of the damage of the run
ready.
for like mine is gonna probably jump up to half the damage done in the entire run just from this.
Ready to
Maybe more.
ready to ready.
Because the enemies in here have insane amounts of HP. And it's almost all the damage is coming out of mine because of that percent base damage. So like the toxic clouds that I'm throwing out here are not really super helpful.
Ready to ready. Ready to
The Greater Fire Elemental is almost dead. I just hit it for 240 damage. So the percent damage is just not doing a lot there.
ready to
It's just very hard to
ready to
kill those.
ready
I'm a little concerned about that.
ready to
I'm only hitting one target right now, periodically. So I think I'm gonna actually. Well, no, actually, that's probably just because there's not that many targets right now.
Ready. Ready.
I'm gonna wait for that regen back up. Okay.
Ready to
Okay, it's 12:50. So the question is, how are we going to approach
ready. Ready to
finishing this?
ready.
It takes so long to finish.
Ready to
If I only have 10 minutes,
ready to
I don't think we're finishing this group
ready.
in that much time. I don't think we have enough time to
Ready
finish.
to
Do we
ready to
wait? Because we have like a limited amount of saves available. So if I kill the fire elemental, we're up to 19% now.
ready to
So the hitting one broodling Ifrit
ready to use.
is
Ready. Ready. Ready to 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 ready. 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 Ready to ready. Ready. Ready to
so. Yeah, that hit pretty decently.
go. Ready.
Oops. Okay.
Ready. Go. Ready.
So, the hope here
Go.
is that
Ready to
by having maneuvered the way that we just did,
ready.
we can
Ready to
deal with this in an efficient manner. I do think that as long as we're dealing with these Ifrits in an efficient way, weirdly, the initial wave, it doesn't matter that we didn't necessarily
ready to
loop everybody in
ready to
for the initial wave.
ready to
Because in the initial wave, the only one that's actually important is the boss. Everybody else is kind of irrelevant. They're going to die in a timely manner compared to finishing every broodling. So, because of the fact that I have the broodlings in effect, I don't think that I need to worry about the fact that the initial pack was not necessarily maximally efficient. It does mostly just come down to handling these efficiently. So if I can get this second wave of broodlings down, or this first wave of broodlings, rather. If I can get the first wave of broodlings dead, before I get weak, that would be really nice. That would be a really great proof of concept that we're going to be able to make good progress. through this.
Ready to use.
Especially if we actually have been reasonably efficient, and these are pretty similar in their clearance. The only really major issue here, there might actually be a considerable amount of variance. I don't have any evidence to suggest that they can't.
Ready.
That these couldn't just split into me here.
Ready to
It's
use.
entirely possible
Ready to
that these can just split into me with their current position and just pop into existence in the room that I'm in, and that there's nothing that I can do to stop that from happening other than saving the game right before they die and reloading if they pop on me.
ready to
Unfortunately, I don't have a ton of food, right? Like, I'm not just like,
ready to
I'm not sitting on massive stockpiles of resources in that regard.
ready to
So it's entirely possible
ready
for me to
ready
run into very serious problems that are not something I can do a ton about. And if we do die again today, off the back of these splitting, I will potentially change up the strategy tomorrow a bit to try to make things a little bit faster. It would be nice to be able to use all of my characters to do damage and to just be able to spam S. So if I could figure out a way to tag the enemies through that doorway, the way that I was earlier today,
ready to
then we can make that work.
ready to ready ready to ready ready ready
So these have the immolation is not hitting very hard, so we're getting close.
ready to ready
I think that we're hitting all of them with it, so I don't think that the
ready to
issue there is
ready to
that.
ready to
I do think that, unfortunately, what I was hoping for... I mean, I guess I would have had to do it anyway. But I do think that we're going to have to probably... I'm going to make an attempt to clear this entire pack today, and then save with this pack dead. I'm going to make the attempt to make that happen. I don't know how feasible that's going to be. If it's feasible and we get that done, that'll be a huge boom. That'll make tomorrow a lot easier. So if we can basically clear out this entire thing, then tomorrow we can just pop in here and kind of go crazy.
ready to
Let's see.
ready to ready ready to go
Okay.
now ready 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 to
Okay. Unfortunately, we haven't gotten a nice angle where we can hit really consistently with both of these attacks. But
Ready to
it's nice when we can find an angle to hit with all three of our indirect fire characters at the same time.
go.
That's always nice to have, but you can't always get it, unfortunately.
Ready to
The worst part is that I don't even know for sure
go.
when I'm like
Ready to
just missing and when I'm in a position where I have an inconsistent angle.
ready
I think that this is a consistent angle on all three.
ready to
I believe that is the case. I don't think we have an inconsistent angle here. We are going to kill one of them way faster than the other two, most likely, because we do have single target damage coming out.
ready to go.
And that's a little unfortunate. I would prefer to sync their explosions together a bit nicer than that.
Ready to
But that's fine.
ready to ready to ready to ready 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 to
Okay. First weakness just procced. So we now have 24 hours to avoid death. I think we can get this done in a timely manner from here.
ready to ready to go.
But yeah, I do think that I'm way behind where I was. I think that I have to get through multiple waves of this stuff.
Ready to ready to ready
I think that Ifrits are the top tier, right?
ready to
So I think that we do 3
ready
of these.
ready to ready
And
to
then
ready to ready to ready ready
and then we have to deal with Jin. And then from Jin we go to Genie.
ready to ready
Which means that we are
ready to ready
we're not super ahead of schedule at the very least.
ready to
I don't know where we were the previous time.
ready to use
It might be best for me to just spam Toxic Cloud at this point. Okay, we got the Broodling Ifrit down. Okay, immolations are starting to hit a lot harder now. Okay.
ready
I'm hitting enemies from here. And these are Broodling Jinn. Okay. Closing the door. Repositioning everybody.
Ready to. Ready to.
So,
Ready to. Ready to. Ready. Ready.
on the plus side, we should be able to pretty consistently
Ready.
like lock the enemies in this way.
Ready.
On the negative side, it's already 106, and we have not
Ready to.
cleared.
Ready.
I don't think we've even cleared the entirety of the second set of enemies, right? That was a Broodling F3, right? Okay.
Go.
Okay.
Ready to.
Yeah, I think this will. I think this will work.
Ready to.
I don't know what the HP differential is between all the different tiers of these.
Ready to. Ready to. Ready to use. Ready to. Ready to use.
So from this angle, I can see them, which interferes in my ability to hit
Ready to.
this corner.
Ready. Ready to. Ready to. Ready.
Okay, we can hit with both of these from here. We cannot hit with that, though. That doesn't matter as much, it's not AoE.
Ready to.
Okay. So how are we on EXP? I don't think that we've actually killed the rest of the Ifrits. I think one of the Ifrits was like substantially weaker than the others.
Ready to. Ready.
Because we're doing a lot of damage with the fireballs at first,
Ready to.
but then like working them from full HP to dead, or sorry, working them from low HP to
Ready
dead
to.
takes an extremely long time. So I think a huge amount of our damage to finish the enemies off
Ready.
was coming from Raven, actually.
Ready to. Ready to. Ready.
Okay, I think. Immolation's hitting for 3,800. Okay, we've got 2 effects going out at the same time here. Can I hit with the third? That's the question. Oh, I've been on my way.
Ready to go. Ready to. Ready.
We can hit with every character from the exact position that we're in.
Ready. Ready to. Ready. Ready now. Ready. Ready.
So, it is now 110. We have not cleared
Ready to.
this whole pack.
Ready. Ready.
I think we can go to 130 before I have to take a hard out.
Ready.
Normally I wouldn't go this late, except for the fact that I can't... Realistically, this is not a good place for me to save. I don't want to save right now. I want to clear the rest of this. I should have definitely just closed the door and repositioned
Ready.
the pack last time.
Ready to.
Once things were getting a little weird.
Ready to.
I don't know if it would have saved me. It may or may not have,
Ready.
but
Ready.
it's what I should have done.
Ready. Ready. Ready to. Ready to. Ready. Ready to.
It's really unfortunate that that thing clipped right into the space that I was in.
Ready.
Like, it didn't, like, walk in the door at me. It clipped into the room. Like, it either spawned in the room or it teleported into the room through the doorway. I'm not sure which. So, we will see. Hey, I'm going a little bit late because I can't save.
Ready to.
So,
Ready. Ready to. Ready.
yeah, my hope is that we can clear out at least the Jinn.
Ready. Ready to.
And then, once we've got them dealt with, maybe the... Okay, that's another enemy down. That's a little concerning. What am I hitting?
Ready.
Was that one of the tier 2s? Was that one of the tier 3s that I finally just got down? No matter what that was, that indicates that these things are desynced way more than I would have expected.
Ready. Ready to. Ready.
So we're now heading for 100 grand. We're back in the position. From before. I think we topped out at like 150 grand on the previous attempt. It is funny because I think that this would be a very reasonable dungeon if we had almost anything here other than a Broodlord. A leech would obviously kill me automatically, so a leech is undoable. If we find a leech later on in the dungeon, it's going to be real funny, because I don't think we can kill a leech. Everything here can fly, so there's no place that I can go to, like, prevent them from getting near me. So if we end up with a leech, I'm probably just dead. But... And a shadow would actually make my life a lot harder too. So a shadow is another thing to be concerned about.
Ready to.
Because it takes a fairly sophisticated setup here. Normally when you're getting into a corner like this, it doesn't require that much setup. This one requires a fairly complicated setup to make happen, and not knowing whether there's someone in this corner to come kill you at any given time would be a big problem, and not knowing whether you've successfully locked them in to bring them over to this corner is another big problem. So yeah, I think I'm actually going to move my hard out, because my wife just came home. I'm going to move my hard out up from 130 to 120. That's going to be our hard out. If that happens, I think I am actually just going to save this. We'll just save the game, and then see if we have enough food to make it work. Once we've cleared this. It should be a lot faster to clear the rest of the dungeon compared to this Broodling. The Broodling pack is a pack that requires you to, like, it's basically like a completely new pack each time one spawns. So, like, to a large degree, it's like killing minimum 4, but realistically more like 5 or 6 packs. The reason it's 5 or 6 is because you're going to desync the you're going to desync some of them, and then when you desync them, the next group spawns in a very desynced way, and then it accelerates the desync, and it's just a whole mess. So it's a whole mess. Yeah, I think that this is going to go okay. We just need to make it work. It'll just take a while. I don't anticipate struggling to finish this tomorrow. I think that if we have 4 hours to dick around with it, we should be able to fairly trivially finish this. There's not a lot of, like, there's not really that much that needs to happen. After this, we need to figure out a way to pull the enemies down here, which I don't think that we pulled a meaningful number of. We've only pulled, like, a couple of them. And so we're going to try to aggro that whole group at once. If we can aggro that whole group at once, that'll be great. We can just bring them back in here, clear out that pack. Clearing out that pack will hopefully be relatively quick. If there's no boss in that room, then we can clear that pack pretty quickly. And once that's done, we can move on to the exterior areas. And my hope is that once we've cleared those, we get the ability to save somewhere, like we just finagle some way to save without needing 10 food to do it. Because unfortunately, we're not going to have a lot in the way of saves tomorrow, because we have to use an extra save today. I do not have the extra, I don't know, like hour, however long it would take to clear through this pack. I really wish that I had played better earlier. If I hadn't died at that exact moment, we were pretty much done with the pack, right? There wasn't that much left. So if we had cleared through that successfully, we would have been in good shape. So there's now like 9 enemies that I'm hitting, right? That's what's basically happening, is we now have 9 of the tier 2. And we're gonna end up with close to 30 genies, I believe. I actually don't know how reasonable it is to expect to clear the things. Yeah, we have our hard out basically now. So I think we're going to save it here. This is not a great position to save in, but, you know, such is life.
Ready to
We're gonna save it here as soon as I'm gonna blow through this Manabar. And then once we've done that, I'm gonna take a look at what we've got out there, because I can, once we saved. And then I will
ready to
end things for the day. And go eat lunch.
ready to
Indeed. Trolls with monobars in
ready to
in the ship for Might and Magic 7
ready to ready
and hitting for 30,000 damage. You know,
ready to
that's Maw.
ready to
A good portion of that is just merge mod, but
ready
also yes. So this is a mod that's built on top of merge mod
ready
called MAW, M-A-W. I don't know if it stands for anything. And it is a difficulty mod that also has like some changes to a variety of factors.
ready
But one of the things that merge mod does is merge mod separates the portraits out. So that they are, so you basically you can individually choose the race and the class. They're not the same thing, like they are an 8. All right. Unfortunately, we have to end things here. It is 1:22. We are 22 minutes late ending stream. Is this a bunch of Widowweep's berries that we can eat for food? No, it's a bunch of Widowweep's berries we can't eat for food. Shit. Okay, we're eating this. We're going to save the game, and we are going to save the game under danger, I guess. So we'll save this under danger, and now that we've saved, I'm going to take a look. You're pretty low. You're pretty low.
Beats me.
Do we have anybody who's the top tier still? It doesn't look like it. It looks like this is... We're getting pretty low, and once these are down, once we've finished this pack, the next set of them shouldn't be too much of a problem. So I think that we're going to be in okay position. We should have a pretty fast start to map tomorrow compared to how long we've had to dick around with it today. And then we can finally finish these like level 400. I think they're 350. We can finish these 350 enemies, and it'll be a good time. So that's gonna be it for today. Thank you for watching. It has been an absolute pleasure to stream this for you today. I'm looking forward to gaining the 15 or 20 levels that we're gonna get out of killing this dungeon that's 200 levels above us. And I'll see you again next time. Later, folks.